burning. So hold me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, act like you surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, babe. Wanna go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride, look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah. We could roll the dice, yeah. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I know that you think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together, yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many I could drown, but I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Typical emotional, sensitive and cynical. Took my sanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more, but you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let
Me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena. Ay, baby, yo te quiero. Es mentira todo lo que te dijeron. Sabes que mi amor por ti es verdadero. Yo te soy fiel, nena, yo te soy sincero. Juro que yo hago de todo pa' ti, como rábame todo de ti, y yo te doy todo de mí. Hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Juro que yo hago de todo pa' ti, como rábame todo de ti, y yo te doy todo de mí. Hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena. Yo no sé cómo lo hace, baby, déjame ser el que te complace. En mi mente corriendo base, me quedo contigo, pase lo que pase. Baby, espero que me ames, me tiene volando en el cielo como las aves. Ey, en el Pambinanes, todo un sueño el debo ya lo sabe. Juro que yo hago de todo pa' ti, como rábame todo de ti, y yo te doy todo de mí. Hay mujeres de todo pa' mí. Nena loca, me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena.
You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-fold weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. high off life in the spot though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many ongoing, too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exits. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. I never felt a quiet like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on right here. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and lay you down. I just feel like you need it's clean. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should've looked both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm I'm moving on. Hey, hey, I'm moving on. Hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way. Best of luck. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. I'm moving on. Should've let both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, hey, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on. 느낌인지도 Guess like I've never guessed before 날 좋아하는 건 맞아 친구들이 다들 바보래 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해 Honestly Cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me 내 곁에만 있다면 Baby can't you see 자꾸 쳐다보면 말이라도 걸어봐 속마음을 표현해 I know it's gonna be alright 소리라도 잡을까 품에 안겨볼까 Whatever your love language I know it's gonna be alright I know it's gonna be alright When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light And you feel like you got nowhere else to go No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing at the speed of light Yeah, I'll keep you safe Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light And you feel like you got nowhere else to go When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing at the speed of light
Y'all keep me safe. Y'all keep me safe, I'll never let you go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing, racing at the speed of light When your heart is racing at the speed of light
I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your life gone, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and hold inside. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. I feel your grip tonight. You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes for you. Yeah, I'd give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this night. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can I feel your grip tonight?
Sweet
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go. I've been shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, damn, but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right. Yeah, I just took a chance and yeah, let me write. Look, I just took a chance and yeah, I rolled the dice. Yeah, women, I'll be bad because the fuck was nice. But yeah, I must admit that this ain't overnight. I just hit the double with the jackpot. I'm in the snow, this in New England, but I'm dying high. Now I'm not for the music when I can't stop. Ain't gon' let me out here what they ask me. Ask a favor, what a shout out, time gas me. Really, they ain't take a risk, but want the outcome. Then asking how come. I've been shining on the city lights. All this doubt around me, damn, but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had to
I'm all in this. I call the shots, I never call it quits. Trust my intuition, bet it's right and bitch it often is. Seen too many others come and go, they had the wrong intent. Do it out of love and never for it, then I watch it get bigger than expected. Don't second guess it, I let it set it. It's God's plan, we out here only accepting blessings. I'm stuck with it, this mindset is terminal. In and out different terminals, leveling up is personal. And I already made it, y'all can miss me. I smack my girl's ass, tell her pinch me. It's hard to believe I made something from nothing. No hindsight discussions, I've been writing, I love it.
All this doubt around me, damn, but look, I got it right. Don't you try to hit me, now you live a petty life. All those nights I lay awake, I pray for better life. Now I wake up with a baddie like I said I might. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. This a better life, you never tried, I bet it right. You been stuck is where you at because you never tried. Want a better life, I had a try, I bet it right.
I want to know if you want to take it slow. Oh, hop up on my jet. what you get. Keep that fam and see me flex. Don't hit me with those green texts. Fuck boys want but get no sex.
like the marksman angel. I think my heart's in danger. Made me feel like I was safe and sound, then switched up and switched off the safety. How you plan? How you plan? Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. Use your block, call it a bullseye. Repeat shots in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. You say that I'm mistaken about all the shots you've taken. All the pain was in my head somehow. There are blanks as you claim, getting desperate now, 'cause I found out. Oh, yeah. Oh, feels like you've been using me for target practice. Use your block, call it a bullseye. Repeat shots in the firelight. Feels like you've been using me for target practice. Call me sensitive when I cry, but you don't miss a single time. Feels like you've been using me. Feels like you've been using me, using me, using me. You said, I think I'll give you a shot. I should have taken it literally. You said, I think I'll give you a shot, but your pistol was concealed from me. I should've known that you'd be using me, using me. Now I see that you, baby, you've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, 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 no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice. You've been using me for target practice. And you better know I ain't gonna have it. No, no. I'm about to throw you do more damage. Oh, 'cause it ain't for target practice. No, it ain't for target practice.
I know a girl who's so fine, she's running laps around my heart. She's more than perfect, she's not the type to go play a part. She came and killed my whole life, and just like Mike Tyson, now I'm here seeing stars. I could take all of my time just trying to describe her, I don't know where to start. All my life I knew she's my baby, I can't hide it, making me crazy. Sometimes I close my eyes and dream about when we met in high school, and I've been trying to tell her this lately. She's more father rock in the 80s. I think about her when I sleep, like back when we were 17. 17. Back when we were 17. Back when we were 17.
Guess that's what I get for leaning into the best friend. Now I've got one more accent, two less hands here for holding. Ignored all of my reasons for running far from my feelings. Now I'm down on my knees and watching you as you're leaving. I hear you say goodbye, and I say I'm fine. But really if I'm honest with myself, I'm a mess. Total fake, thinking I might need some help. 'Cause I never change, always getting in my own way. Oh, look at this mess I've made. Look at this mess I've made. Oh, I'll take the blame for making you hate my name. Oh, look at this mess I've made. Look at this mess I've made. Oh, oh, look at this mess I've made. Look at this mess I've made. Oh. But I've learned my lesson that love does not equal tension. Turns out I'm still the same kid, falling hard for affection. And it hurts so bad when it's over, when we both wake up and we're sober. But got that first little moment, feeling you leaning closer. Hear you say goodbye, and I say I'm fine. But really if I'm honest with myself, I'm a mess. Total fake, thinking I might need some help. 'Cause I never change, always getting in my own way. Oh, look at this mess I've made. Look at this mess I've made. Oh, I'll take the blame for making you hate my name. Oh, look at this mess I've made. Look at this mess I've made. Oh, oh, look at this mess I've made. Look at this mess I've made. Oh.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you
jealousy. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe you say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I see your hands, Delilah, don't you know my life? See your hands, Delilah, don't you know my, don't you know, Delilah, don't you know my.
Centerfold, hard to hide it. Oh, on the walls in the writing. If we stay, we're complacent. Too much time to be wasted. I don't wanna lie to you like this. I don't wanna fight with you like this. We gon' pay the price if we blinded. Oh, baby, don't you wait on me. 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 What if it's silver lining? Stars align in the silence. If we stay in the same place, we could lose what we came with. I don't wanna lie to you like this. I don't wanna fight with you like this. We gon' pay the price if we blinded. Oh, baby, don't you wait on me. Baby, don't you wait on me. Baby, don't you wait on me. Baby, don't you wait on me.
7 hours driving on the highway. Far away, far away, far away. Every moment I was
such a waste, such a waste, such a waste. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And I'm feeling like I've been in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me. Feeling like a stranger on a foreign land. Far away, far away, far away. I could get along, could be a different man. Looking on the city lights, flashing bright in my eyes. Look up to the sky and I got this relief inside. Then there's no need to hide. I'm going all the way up. I'm going all the way up. I'm letting go in my heart of everything that holds me down. No, no. And I'm feeling like I've been in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. It's a clean slate, got a reason. The horizon is closer than it was. I will be there if you need me. I believe that we can grow. And it's feeling like I've been in the groove. I can feel the love. Oh yeah, it's all around me. Oh, I need to know how I can make it. Not afraid to fall. A parachute behind me.
I can't let you go, there's no way. I'm already still burning. So hold to me close, now baby. I do what I'm told, still learning. To take my chances, to take my time. To keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm. No longer wishing, you're my lucky strike. Love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1,000,000 life, we could roll the dice. Act like you're surprised, but you already know. Oh yeah, got lucky overnight. Jackpot when I got the invite. Let me wrap my arms around you, 'cause I can't go home without you. And my heart just vibe with you, baby. go sky high with you, babe. Gotta bring you close to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. Cooler than cold, I'm all in. So load up the dice, so heavy. The way that you roll, I'm falling. So I never fall, I'm ready to take my chances, to take my time, to keep on dancing, to walk that line, yeah. You got me shifting the paradigm, no longer wishing, wishing. You're my lucky strike, love the way you ride. Look into my eyes, say you're ready to go. $1 million life, yeah, we could roll the dice. Act like you surprised, but you already know. You're my lucky strike, and I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike. And I got to tell you, if you didn't know, then I got to tell you that you're my lucky strike.
I know that you think it's so important to convince everyone else that you're not boring, but it's making me feel like my skin is crawling. I keep pouring out my empathy to someone I don't even see eye to eye with. I don't mind if you don't have it all together. Yeah, I get it, we're all human, but I give you an inch and you take miles. It's tragic, ruining my sanity with tales of animosity. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more. But you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Climbing up somebody else's ladder just to make yourself feel just a little bigger. I don't know if I've seen anything that's sadder. It's so hard to comprehend how you don't even understand. Stepping on me without even trying. Never seen somebody get so good at lying. It's impressive you don't spend all your time crying over all the ways you let me down. So many I could drown, but I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more. But you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Typical emotional, sensitive and cynical. Took my sanity and sent it up the wall. Typical emotional, it's so unoriginal. I gave you the best and you just took it all. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy, lose my mind, and I swear I might die if I cared more. But you're not worth the time. You never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night. Never put me up front, 'cause it's your spotlight. I'm in the backseat of my own car. I'd rather cry than let you drive me crazy one more night.
Nena loca, me tiene loco en la cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo cabeza cuando me tocas. Siento que todo está bien, pero en verdad yo no sé si tú lo sientes también. Entonces quiero saber por qué desde que te vi yo vivo diferente. No me importa a mí lo que dice la gente, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena, porque tú siempre la prendes candela. Te quiero a mi lado toda la vida, mi nena. La mano pegada y los pies en la arena. Pase lo que pase, baby, vale la pena.
You feel alive, let's hit the dance floor. Don't work too hard, might break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back row. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-four weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. One, too many, I'm going. Too crazy and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nation, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the South Gold. Fill up my cup with the pot, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features. I got too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times, live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nation, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my, oh my. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
When you put your hand in my jacket, I'm thinking so irrational. You flew me international now. And we can spend hours reading the signals, but that's so unoriginal. What if we took this back to my house? Under all these lights, I gotta take a minute to calm down. But I feel like if I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. I don't wanna feel like we're wasting time. Tell me, should I go and call up a taxi? We can make out for a play in the backseat. Please tell me now how that all sounds. You can sleep in while I make breakfast, watch cartoons and talk about exes. And if you're happy, stick around. I just feel like this is worth the risk. and never felt a quiet like this. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? I just feel like you need to know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? I just feel like you need to know. Right here, right now, we're running out of things to talk about. Right here, right now, I'm about to let the truth come out. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on? You tell me now. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? Keep my feet on the ground. If I told you I was ready right this minute, I just wanna go and let you down. I just feel like you need to. It's clear. If I told you I was ready right this minute, would you just run off and tell someone? To know. If I told you I was ready right this minute, do you think that it would turn you on?
Joyride, a hit and run. I thought I loved you and you thought I was fun. I'm moving on down the road. Watch me as I go, watch me as I go. Should I look both ways before you cross me, baby? 'Cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. For miles, 67 fastback, oh, it's just my style. We're headed down the road. Just enjoy the show, watch me as I go. Should look both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on. Both ways before you cross me, baby, 'cause I don't break for boys. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, got nothing left to say. Let's be on my way, best of luck. I'm moving on, I'm moving on.
watch them all get wild. Get down to business, tell everyone, go out and get it. You can have anything you want. Anything you want. Tell everyone, you can have anything you want. Anything, anything, if you want it. You can have anything if you want it. You can have anything you want. With that brand new style, watch them all get wild. Now do what you do. If you want it. Anything you want. Tell everyone you can have anything you want. If you want it, you can have anything. If you want it, you can have anything you want. With that brand new style, watch them all get wild. Now do what you do. Tell everyone you can have anything you want.
처음 본 순간부터 눈을 뗄 수가 없었어. 이 세상 하나뿐인 너 처음 봤으니까 빠졌으니까. Then you got me sinking low. 사랑이란 단어로 섬도 아닌 섬을 타며 행복한 줄로. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해. Honestly, 'cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해. 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까. 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. Can't take all this hot and cold. Love shouldn't be this hard. I know 뭐라고 있는지도 모르겠잖아. 어렵지 않아. 무슨 생각한지도 정말 진심인지도. Guess like I've never guessed before. 나 좋아하는 건 맞아. 친구들이 다들 바보래. 사랑 표현 못한 벙어리. 한 번도 안 해봐서 어떡해. Honestly, 'cause 1, 2, 3 중요한 건 you and me. 내 곁에만 있다면 baby can't you see. 자꾸 쳐다보면 뭐해. 말이라도 걸어봐. 속마음을 표현해. I know it's gonna be alright. 손이라도 잡을까. 봄에 안겨볼까. Whatever your love language, I know it's gonna be alright. I know it's gonna be alright. When your heart is racing at the speed of light, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go. No, I'll hold you till the sun comes in the morning light. Yeah, I'll keep you safe, I'll never let you go. When your When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light.
Jag kliver safe. Jag kliver safe from heaven to go. When your heart is racing, racing, and you feel like you got nowhere else to go.
When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, racing, at the speed of light. When your heart is racing, at the speed of light.
I'm running your way, but you push me away. Your lifeline, losing your mind. I'm here for you, babe. I've loved you the same this whole time. So tell me, what's on your mind? And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, I'll help you out. I won't lose you this time. I feel your grip tonight. Can I feel it? Can I feel you? Can I feel your grip tonight? You think you're too far, but I'm where you are, you know. I said I won't leave your side. They left you bare, but I'm begging you, stare in my eyes. For you, yeah, I'd give my life. And I'm not here to hear you say you're fine. I can take the pain and hold inside. I wanna know, wanna see it. Can I feel your grip tonight? Can't get this off my mind. Does it only control you? Let me in, up, I touched down from the beginning. Oh, look like a million, touch so priceless. Bullet 10, no cap, you the finest. This summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's on a no time to be ready. Sugar sweet, you spice, you movie. You pay, you know, you a beauty. This summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's on a no time to be ready. You can change your room just like that. Girl, you got no contest. What you want, you get express, no stress. Thank the Lord, you know you so blessed. You got me so obsessed. And there ain't a moment I ain't thinking about you. Moments when you're hurting, no, I won't sleep. Forever love is together, whenever long. When you're by my side, yeah, I'm winning. Head in the clouds, so high, got me singing. Look like a million, touch so priceless. Bullet 10, no cap, you the finest. This summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's on a no time to be ready. Sugar sweet, you spice, you movie. You pay, you know, you a beauty. This summer love don't fade like a tattoo. Forever's on a no time to be ready.
We're driving cars on a Mars tonight. We're blasting off to the stars tonight. We wanna go, go. We wanna go, go.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What is up and what's going on? Happy hump day. Oh yeah, it's hump day. You guys know my favorite day of the week. It is November 9th, 2022, 9:04 in the markets. And before we dive into it, ladies and gentlemen, hit me with a big old AlphaDayTrading. Good morning. How are we feeling today? How are we doing? Are we fired up? Are we excited to be here? Because I tell you what, I am fired up and excited to be here, despite still feeling a little bit under the weather. I'm happy. I want to make it happen. I'm ready to attack this market, see if we have any opportunity out there. And again, just do what we do best, guys. Do what we do best all day, every day. And I'm just trying to make a few small adjustments before we dive into it. And we should be all set. All right, cool. So again, team, good morning and happy freaking Wednesday. It is 9:05. We got about 25 minutes till the market opens on up. And I'm just going to briefly, for those of you that still enjoy trading these very, very choppy, all over the place penny stocks that don't really make too much sense, that frustrate me, not going to lie, that frustrate me here the last couple months. We're going to talk about these penny stocks to get you guys prepared. But then we're going to put all of our focus over with SPY Qs, Boeing. I like Boeing, large cap plays, because it's not too frustrating. It's actually really fun. It's simple. It's easy. You know, we made over 100% yesterday on SPY calls. You know, it's just very clean and simple and easy. It's not like frustrating like penny stocks can be. So for those of you that still like your pennies, that are not struggling like I have been this year with pennies, we're going to get you guys prepared. But like I said, I need to pivot. I need to adjust. And it's taken a lot of ego being set aside, a lot of pride. May come off as selfish, but I'm not being selfish. But I am going to close down my large account, 100%. Small account only. I'm going to back test in a sense, but with real money, but back test a couple hundred shares a trade and just kind of figure out what's working, what's not working, and really fine tune that edge and really come to the conclusion, do I still want to trade penny stocks, or do I want to completely migrate over to only trading large caps, trading options, and potentially futures? But 80% of my focus is going to be in the broader market, looking at the SPY every day, the Qs, looking at larger cap opportunities and setups and plays, because that's where the consistency has been. Even just looking at the last 2 weeks, you know, how many amazing trades did we have on Netflix? Super simple, clean, easy, great profits. That swing trade over 100% on Netflix. Last week with the SPY, 3 for 3, banging out 50, 70, 100% return on SPY options. Yesterday, off the trend line, back up towards around that 383 level. We crushed it over 100%. Simple, easy, low risk. It's just, that's where our focus is. But I still want to pertain to those of you that are looking at pennies, and at any point in time throughout the day, you see a penny stock and you want me to look at it, I will. But as far as actively trading these small caps, I think the market's just telling me enough's enough, dude. Make that adjustment and just do it, and screw your ego, right? And it's been tough because penny stocks have gotten me to where I am today. So it's really, really tough to say, all right, I'm done. But anyway, you got MACK, guys, right? You got MACK. The stock is moving up on really, really good news. All right, so go take a look at MACK and go look at that press release. Really good press release, meeting primary and key secondary endpoints, right? Great press release. Also eligible for up to $450 million in milestone payments for pancreatic cancer treatment. So not only did they meet their primary endpoints, they're meeting their key secondary endpoints. Eligibility for up to $450 million in milestone payments in regards to their cancer treatment. That is one of the best press releases you could find on a stock. And this stock right now is up from $4, trading at $13 at this point in time. $13. Let's keep this one on watch, guys. All right. This stock does have room to $20 today. So if we can break $14.40, right, you can see 15. Okay, you break over $15. Look at that daily chart. You have just a big open window all the way up to $20. There's just nothing in the way from $15 to $20. So keep this one on high watch. Let's see if we can at some point get a nice break over that $14.50 and then $15 for a nice spike up to $20 today. Okay. As far as shorting this stock, I wouldn't recommend shorting this stock. Right, the stock had a couple great short opportunities here in pre-market from a technical standpoint, multiple separate reasons to get in. The short starts to work, but then you see a lot of those intraday shorts covering quickly, and it leads to a squeeze, making this really, really hard and really challenging to short. So try to not be on the short side unless you just see all of that selling momentum. Right now, you're consolidating. You had all this buying momentum. Now you're just choppy. You're consolidating until you actually see a crack of support and all of this selling momentum really kick in. Please do not short against this stock until you see all of that selling pressure really move in. But right now we're looking for that break on up. And once we see buyers return, that momentum can definitely take control and you could really see the stock move big. Okay. You have some light support right now, right around 1258. Right around 1258. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to make sure you guys weren't asking me a question or that the mic was all jacked up or something like that. All right, cool. So yeah, MACK has support right around $12.58. Top resistance, pre-market highs of 14.41 and then 15. Anything over 15, we have great room to 20. Okay. You crack below that 12.58 level, you got to come back and take a look at that daily chart and say, okay, where could we be going to next? How low could we go if we start cracking below that 12.58? Well, I see good support here down at 9.62 on the daily chart. And then you got $10. So I'd give yourself a little bit of a window between $9.60 and $10 if we start cracking below 12.58. But as long as that light-ish support level holds on up above 12.58, again, we have some great potential. Okay, so MACK, you're definitely watching that. ARRY, I'm not too crazy about. That's coming off the watch list. TASK, if this stock ever rips up to the 200-day moving average, I would short this stock because not only is it the 200 SMA, it's also daily resistance right around 2386. Resistance, support, support, resistance, 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 200-day moving average. It's a very strong level of resistance at 2382. So if we ever open today and just have a quick spike to that 2382 level, I would absolutely look for a short here on TASK. All right, guys. So I'm watching TASK off to the side to see if we ever get that spike on up to the 200-day moving average and a nice rejection and a nice dump on off. All right. Other than that, I'm watching Boeing today. I'm really liking Boeing here today. We are starting to crack that trend line that we had been discussing since Monday, right? So very nice uptrend. The stock going from the low 140s to the low 170s. But what do we notice? Day over day over day, we're losing momentum. Okay, so we're losing all of this buying momentum. That's an indication of a reversal. We have that divergence. Stocks making higher highs. Momentum's making lower highs. We have that divergence. We have an established trend line, and we're starting to now crack that established trend line off of a level of resistance. Resistance 170.19. That was resistance. We just came up here to that 170.19. We got rejected. Now we're cracking the trend line. So we're going from the bullish side of the trend line to the bearish side. We have confirmed divergence. We're losing momentum. Indication of a reversal. We just got rejected off resistance and then going to the bear side of the trend line. I like this for a short. Very, very similar opportunity like we saw in Netflix. Netflix ripping on up, overextended into resistance, cracking the trend line with very similar stuff that we had on Netflix a couple weeks back. This is a great day trade opportunity that can turn into a great swing trade opportunity. So I'm looking to get involved as close to this 170 as possible and putting stops over 170, 130. So I want to get in as close to that 170 as possible and have maybe $2 of risk on this trade. Okay, my target is going to be all the way back down towards around 161. If I can get in as close to 170 as possible, I have $9 to the downside. I think $2 of risk is perfect. Maybe $3 at most, but $2 is great. That's a 3-to-1 to a 5-to-1 setup. Very similar setup that we had on Netflix. Great day trade opportunity that can turn into a killer swing trade. Netflix up over 100% in a week and a half. Boeing could be something very similar. I like the setup. Multiple separate reasons here to be getting involved to the short side. It has my undivided attention and all of my focus here in the market today. I want to look and see where we can get the best entries here on Boeing when the market opens on up, right? So high watch here on ticker BA. As far as the SPY and the Qs, I don't have an edge. Yesterday, I had an edge, right? Yesterday, edge was off the trend line. We opened, we came down to the trend line. We hit it beautifully. We got calls, right? We called it out that I'm in on calls off the trend line, cracking the trend line, I'm out, right? We had targets at pre-market highs and then up towards around that 383. Guess what? We hit target. We took 383 calls, 160 each. We took profits close to $3. We made almost 100% on those SPY calls, right? And again, proving my point that enough is enough with small caps, guys, right? Until we actually see the markets become a bit more consistent, it's going to be a challenge with small caps. I've said this once. I want to say this again, just in case you guys are tuning in. It's been really, really hard for me this year to stop trading small caps because small caps is why I am where I am today. And I feel like I owe something to that market. I feel like that's just where I have to be. I have to perfect this. I have to master this. That's my ego. That's the pride. That's my stubbornness. Okay? Don't let your pride and ego and your stubbornness, right, keep you away from the real opportunity in the market. And let's be honest, this year the opportunity has not consistently been in the small cap market. Consistently, yes, there's been opportunity, but not consistently. The opportunity day in, day out has been with, again, you could even just be looking at the SPY and the Qs, and there's so much opportunity there on a day-to-day basis. So the one key thing I want you guys to take away is if you have been trading small caps and you feel the same way, but you kind of feel like it's just hard for you to leave that market because you know the market. It's what's gotten you where you are today from a success standpoint, right? And you're just kind of like trying to pivot, trying to adapt, trying to understand what's working, what's not working, what's consistent, what's not consistent. Don't marry, like you don't marry a stock, right? Don't marry a market. And that's one of my biggest challenges this year is like I'm married to the small cap market because that's why I'm even successful in the first place. I've mastered that market, right? I've dominated that market. I've made multiple six figures trading small caps only, right? It's been really, really hard for me, you guys know this, to say enough's enough, right? I've been saying this since like February, March, and I maybe pivot for a couple weeks and then back to it. Enough's enough. Right? You will not see me really focused on small caps. Will I still participate? Yes. I'm trading a small account. I'm looking to see where the consistency is and even make the conclusion and the decision, do I even want to trade small caps? So really the key takeaway without me ranting and rambling is, don't be too prideful and don't let your ego blind you from what you should be doing. And that was my biggest issue is my pride, my ego, and I'm stubborn as fuck. And that's it. But it's to the point where, again, I'll say it one more time, enough is enough. So, again, I don't even know why we got back into that. It's just something that's still on my mind, and I still feel like it's something I should be sharing. That's why I brought it back up. It's just something that's still sitting on my mind, and I want to break that apart. But anyway, we're just going to kind of sit back on the SPY and the Qs. I don't really see anything out of the gates with the SPY and the Qs. I don't really have an edge like I had yesterday. Don't really have an edge on the SPY like we had 3 days last week as we were banging out 50, 80, 100% profits there just on the SPY alone. I got an edge on Boeing. Boeing looks great, but can't really seem to get an edge here on the SPY and the Qs. So I'm going to kind of just sit back at the start of the day and just kind of wait and see where the markets are going and wait for an opportunity. I'm going to wait for something to develop. That's it. Just waiting for something to develop and present itself at this point in time. The only thing that we could really do here is put a trend line off these lower highs. That's it. Throw a trend line off these lower highs. If we break this downtrend, we play it long. If we stay below this downtrend, we look to take puts here on the SPY. Okay. Qs, not as clean, a little bit choppier, but same thing. Take yourself a little bit of a downtrend here. Below the downtrend, we're bearish, you play puts. You break the downtrend, you go to the bullish side, we look to play calls, okay? I would just mark up two levels at this point in time. Yesterday's low of day, yesterday's high of day, okay? You got a downtrend here. Look at yesterday's high day's resistance, yesterday's low day of support. Same thing with the SPY. Go back to the SPY, mark up yesterday's high of day, mark up yesterday's low of day. Those are your two main levels of support resistance that you're going to be playing off of today. Got a nice little downtrend that could dictate a trade. Out of the gate, we break, we play calls up to yesterday's high of day. Out of the gate, we pop on up to this downtrend. We can't break, we play puts down to yesterday's low of day. Same thing applies to the Qs, but really focused on Boeing out of the gate here. Want to get an entry as close to 170 as possible. All right? Again, I'm too open and honest, I feel like sometimes. I'm just way too open and way too honest, and I don't have to share 90% of the things I share. But I think that's just in my nature to be as transparent, open and honest, and just have nothing but integrity and not just share the good things, but share the bad things too. I think that's one of the best experiences. Like my prior mentors never shared their failures in the market. They never shared their struggles. I knew they were struggling. You could tell, but they never shared it. They would coat it. They would sugarcoat it, right? They would only share the positives and share the good side of trading, which, you know, I think it's just in my nature to be 100% open and honest with 90% of the things I probably shouldn't be. I don't have to be. I don't owe anybody anything, but I feel like I wanted that as a new trader. I wish I had that as a new trader, to hear my mentor that was in the market for 10 years say, I'm struggling right now and I'm not making any money. I'd be like, damn, it's not all rainbows and unicorns. Holy crap. Wow. All right, how are you going to pivot, Mr. Mentor Man? And watch him pivot and learn from that. Wow. What a fucking learning experience. That's amazing. Wow. Okay, I can't expect to be vulnerable for the rest of my trading career. I can't expect to be perfect. I am human, right? How do you overcome those failures? How do you overcome that, right? I wish I had that, and I didn't have that, and I think that's why I am the way I am. You don't like it, I'm sorry. That's just who I am. If you like it and you respect it, I hope that it does make a difference in your trading. I hope that me being real and vulnerable and open and honest, good or bad, is just something that helps you in your trading career. That's why I do it. And if you don't like it, then, you know, I'm sorry, but you know, that's who I am. And I think it is beneficial. It would have helped me. So I don't mean to rant and I don't mean to ramble on those topics. But again, it's just me being real, right? When I say I struggle, I'm struggling. I don't want you to feel like you're struggling or you have to struggle. I want you to say, okay, why is Josh struggling, right? What did he run into this year? What could he have done differently back in, say, February or March that he's just now doing in November? You could be a newer trader. You could be here for 30 days, 60 days and hear this right now, and you could be in the same position I was in back in February. You know that? I was in a position in February. I could have made a decision. I didn't. Now it's fucking November. You could be in the same position right now today that I was in February, and this talk right here could be an eye-opener to you where you're like, fuck, I can do what Josh did for the next 8 months and be pretty pissed off I didn't make a change. Or, wow, great story, Josh. I'm exactly where you are, but I've only been in the market for a couple of months. It's time to adjust now and not do what you did, to where we can start to see success right now moving forward, right? That's why I do these things and say the things that I say. Hopefully it connects with somebody. If not, then we'll keep on going with it. I know you guys appreciate the honesty, but this, you know, for all of our, you know, OGs, VIPs that have been here since day one, I know you guys know. That's why you guys are still here. But we've had a lot of newer traders join in the last 60 to 90 days, right? And I wanted to take a moment to really break this down so it makes sense to you and why I talk about these things and why I don't just hype up the good days, but why I have been focused a lot on, say, the bad days. Because again, you can learn more from failures than you do from success. That's just how the way the world works. You learn more from your failures than you do your successes. So not only can you learn from my success, you can learn from my failure and shorten the learning curve and speed up the learning process and prevent a lot of these mistakes that I've made, right? You're preventing a lot of the mistakes I made as a new trader. You're going to be preventing a lot of the mistakes I've made here as an experienced trader. Literally, this year that I've gone through myself was a freaking opportunity to learn. And you may come into the same situation next year, the year after that in your trading career. And you'll be able to look back on this year and look back on all of these trainings and education and be like, I know what to do differently. Because Josh made mistakes. Josh didn't do it the right way. And I saw the outcome. He realized what he could have done differently to see better results. So I know what to do right now to see better results, to not end up in a position that Josh was in. It's a learning lesson. The same thing happened to me the first 3 years of my trading. I made all of these mistakes the first 3 years of my trading. Right? It wasn't until after I made those mistakes, I look back and I'm like, man, If I would have just done these things differently, and that's our curriculum, is, hey, I wish I would have done these things differently, and here's what I would have done. Here's the curriculum, and you guys are finding success in 6 months to a year. Impressive shit. So I've just experienced another hurdle and another challenge in my trading career, and that's the year of 2022. It goes down in the books. I love it. It was a year of learning. I learned so much this year, and I'm so happy that I learned the way that I did, because everything happens for a reason. It was an opportunity. But now I think that reason is I can take this and build this into a new curriculum. Are you an intermediate trader that just hit a brick wall as you were doing good? Hey, so did I. Here's what happened to me, and here's how I overcame. I think everything happens for a reason. I think that is the reason, because traders will come to this point in their career and they won't know how to overcome it. Well, guess what? I just came to that point and I'm overcoming it. And I think that's going to be great to have that in the vault in Alpha University for those traders that may get to that point in their trading career, to where we can help them break through sooner than later. Break through in a couple months versus breaking through in almost 12 months. I'm done ranting and rambling. All right, I promise. I'm a fucking talker. You guys know that. But hopefully that resonates with some of you guys. That's the point. Hopefully it resonates with some of you guys. We are all family. That's exactly what this is. This is one big family. We're here to support one another and help everybody succeed. I love it. There is nothing wrong with that, Daddy. Oh, Alan, you fucking crack me up. Daddy. I love it, dude. But I love it. Absolutely. We're all family. I keep it real, vulnerable, express humility, whatever, as long as it helps you guys, right? And honestly, I think, I just said it. What happened this year, I can build this into its own little program. Right? We have a program for brand new traders based on my experience as a brand new trader. Now we have a nice little program for, more advanced traders that end up hitting another brick wall in their trading career. Boom, I hit a brick wall in my trading career almost 8 years in. Guess what? I can take this and build it into a training and it help. I mean, yeah, that's a crazy realization. That is a crazy realization. After just speaking all of that, that completely puts me in a different state of mind right now. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm in shock right now because, honestly, all that came out organically. That was just natural, organic. It was not scripted at all. And that just made me honestly realize why I struggled this year. Right? Everything happens for a reason. I struggled to where I can help other traders that are in a similar position not struggle when they get to that position based on what the fuck I did wrong this year. That is insane. That brought me some peace, guys. I'm not going to lie. That brought me a lot of peace right there. I feel really good. I've been beating myself up all year. You guys know I've been beating myself up all year, but that just brings me a lot of peace. I love it. Cool. So we're done talking now. All right. So, yep, we got some cancellations because everybody's like, this guy. Oh, my God. This guy talks too much. All right. So we're all set, guys. All right. We got about a minute to go. Like I said, Boeing. Boeing is the name of the game, baby. Boeing. So what are we looking at? Why does my BA chart look different? It didn't crack the trend line. What time frame are you on? So mine looks like it is cracking here just a little bit. You could be, are you looking at a pre-market, Sash? In pre-market? I mean, that's the trend line. That's the trend line, but it does look like it's cracked it. That is different. That is odd. I am not sure, Mad Mike. Maybe like Stir said, you don't have after hours data turned on. You're simply looking at the daily, maybe pre-market as well. Yeah, that could be it. It's on. That's what's, maybe we should look to put some focus on earnings, misses, and beats. Mid and large cap, absolutely, right? You got Disney and Roblox, RBLX, Disney and Roblox. Roblox is dropping on off here a little bit. Disney dropping on off as well. You know, we're coming into the point in time where we're seeing a lot of companies report earnings now that higher rates and inflation have taken effect, right? We didn't see that the first 2 quarters. Now we're starting to see that here with earnings, how inflation And interest rates are really hurting these companies from a profitability standpoint. They're missing, they're lowering guidance. This is exactly what we said was going to be imperative to get an idea of where we're heading to next in the market, right? A lot of these are going to be fun to day trade when there's opportunities to day trade them. But like I look at long-term investments. Like look at Disney at $90. Like I don't know what they're trading. How many times earnings they're trading right now. But I mean, I like Disney down here below $100. I mean, Disney is a good long-term quality company. I mean, I look at this as not an opportunity to go all in, but an opportunity to make dollar cost average in to Disney. He was looking further back. Gotcha. So, again, I'm just watching Boeing here. I want to get an entry as close to 170 as possible. So let's start scouting out these options. All right, let's just start scouting out these options that we want to trade. What's our target down in the 160s? Right. So maybe we go look for a 160 to 165 put contract. Okay, so let's go. Maybe 44 days out on BA. Let's go down to the 160s, 165. I mean, those spreads are horrendous. The spreads are really bad. I mean, the market did just open. Let's see if the spreads tighten here. But look at those spreads. $100 spread, $100 spread. Those are pretty brutal spreads. I mean, we don't have to go 45 days out. 30 days is plenty. Depends on what the theta, the delta is. Right? These spreads are still pretty bad going 30 days out as well. So we're going to have to sit back and wait maybe 5 minutes to see if we should even be getting involved in those BA contracts because those spreads are pretty brutal. I would prefer a 45-day out. I would prefer a 165. You got a 37 delta with an 11 theta. So like a 165 if we can get those spreads to tighten up here a bit. But again, as close to 170 as possible. Not getting it right this second because we could squeeze up and move higher. And I would rather get it at 171, 172, 173, but as close to 170 as possible if we still look bearish. But those spreads got to tighten up a little bit here, guys. Spreads definitely have to tighten up, and those spreads are a little brutal. We want to ideally go, December 23rd. December 23rd. 165 contracts. Those spreads have to tighten up a little bit. I'm just going to put a limit order out there on one contract to see if it fills me at the bid. So I put an order down at the bid just to see if I get filled at the bid. Johnny, I don't understand what you mean. You can't see the scanner. Up gappers and losers, all of our symbols, all of the floats. So you can see MAC, 13 million float, KALA, 1 million in float, right? I mean, as far as the gap up, you don't really need, you type in the ticker, it'll tell you what it's up today. If you type in the ticker on your chart, the company name's kind of irrelevant. The price, you can see the price, but still, if you say HCAT's number 4 on the leaderboard, you're probably going to go type in HCAT anyway, and then you see, boom, it's 52 million in float. It just doesn't make sense to have it over here because I have a black P&L, and that black P&L just fuzzes out the quality of the webcam, just to give you an idea. But since I don't have that P&L up here right now, I can go ahead and do this. Let's take our halt resume. Let's pull it over here. Let's drag down our breakout scanner, and then let's just drag me right over here. Either way, I'm going to be over a scanner. But at least you can see the halt and resume. How's that? Is that better? Or we can't see the halt resume? Just let me know. I'll just pull my P&L over anyway. From now on, I'll just pull the P&L over. So I have an order sitting out here on BA, right on the bid. The bid's at 645. I got a limit order at 6. I'm looking at a 162.50, I think. 162.50. Yeah, so I got a 640 order here on the bid. Just looking to see if I get a 640 fill. I'm curious. Right now, it just that's tough because I'm not going to get in with a spread this large. Like, I can't get in with a spread this large, but I love the setup. I love the trade. I think that this has a lot of great potential. Can we go shorter? Like, how long do we really think this is going to take? I mean, I still want to give it a couple weeks. That's why I want to go 30 days out at least. And those spreads are 20% spreads, guys. That's brutal. That's 10% here. Those spreads are still brutal, guys. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense with a 20% spread. You're already down 20% on your investment. It doesn't make any sense. Can't do it. Can't do it. Spreads are too much. Catherine, well done. The kahunas to go jump in the MACK. Yeah. Quick little spike there. Not too shabby. Boeing is a great looking trade, but you know, just trying to get filled is going to be a challenge probably. Maybe a quick little bounce on the spine that cues off yesterday's low of day. A little bit of a bounce, a little bit of a dip buy. Right? Here on the spine, the cues. Right off yesterday's low of day. Quick little scalp opportunity. So I still have BA. I still have a limit order sitting out there, but I don't know if it's going to get filled. I'm going to cancel it right now. It's just not, I don't think it's going to happen. I'm going to cancel that order out and be patient, right? But I really like the setup. It's really tempting. How about we look for a day trade down the 166? I like that. What do the spreads look like on Friday? Spreads aren't bad on Fridays. Still like it. I think we're going to start dropping on down for sure. Yeah, I'm going to take 2 contracts that expire next Friday just to give me some time this week if I want to hold it. So I'm going to go ahead and get just 2 contracts as a starter position here on BA that expire next Friday. Do I intend to hold them overnight at this point in time? No, I would still like to go in. I would still like to go in and look for a 30 to 45 day out if these spreads can tighten up. But I still see potential right now for BA to start getting that crack on down here intraday, and at least I have something on the table. Who knows? BA could drop right now all the way down to 162 today. That's very possible, right? So I may not need to hold this overnight, but at least I have some skin in the game on a setup that I like as close to 170 as possible. Only 2 contracts that expire next Friday. Looking to see this move start to take place. And I have next Friday. So the nice thing is if I do want to hold them from tonight into tomorrow for any reason, I still can. Here on ticker BA, 167.50 strike. That's what I took, a 167.50 strike that expires next Friday. I mean, I wish I was in a little bit closer to 170, but I'm still okay with having it off that rejection, right? Look at your trend line. You cracked your trend line, you just retested, right? So you crack it, you just come back and retest it as resistance. You also come back up and test yesterday's high as resistance. And you got a little bit of this head and shoulders formation too. You can't see it really clearly, but you see that left shoulder, maybe head, right shoulder, right? So you got a little bit of that head and shoulders formation. You just cracked that trend line. You came back up for a retest. Now we're looking for that rejection, and it start to fade and fall here a little bit. So you got quite a few separate reasons here on BA, and that's why I'm going to get ahead and pull the trigger here and see if we can make a couple bucks to start our day. Definitely think we may have a quick short opportunity right around the corner here with RBLX coming on up. So if we continue to spike on up into that lower shadow here from the 7th, which was Monday, we spike on up and hit that lower shadow, that's resistance. We get a quick rejection and a quick pullback for a nice little scalp here intraday on some puts. So if we get a nice big move on up and we're overextended here on Roblox right into that lower shadow from Monday, that low of day, which again is prior support. It is prior support, right? It's prior resistance several times, right? That's definitely a very valid level of support resistance. It's a key area to be paying attention to. So again, we spike on up and hit that level here intraday. We get a nice sharp rejection for a quick short opportunity here on Roblox. I like it. So again, looking for a put entry at 37.86. I'll give it maybe 50 cents of breathing room, and we'll look for maybe $1 plus rejection to the downside on Roblox. So again, that's the only thing I'm waiting for right now. Roblox, I want to see a quick spike on up, almost like it's, a little bit of a parabolic-like move. Not parabolic, but you know what I mean? Just a quick spike. It's overextended. It moves up very sharply, very quick, very fast into that 37.86. We place our put position for a quick $1 plus rejection there at 37.86, and we'll risk no more than 50 cents. That gives us breathing room over 38 bucks. So even if we get filled at 37.86 and it does spike up just a little bit to 38, we have plenty of breathing room for a nice, strong rejection. So I'm looking for Roblox here. See if we have any love there. Other than that, I don't see anything with Disney right now just yet. And the only thing that I'm seeing on Disney is a crack below our yearly low, right? So our yearly low here on Disney was right there at like 90.23. You see how we just cracked below 90.23 here intraday? Looking for a crack and a retest here on Disney. A little bit of a crack and a retest off that yearly low of 90.23. That's the only other thing that I see right now at this point in time. Would be, again, that crack and retest. So looking for a quick put position at 90.23 on Disney for the leg back down the low of day. So see something on Disney, sitting back, being patient there. Same thing with Roblox, RBLX. See something, just got to sit back, be patient, wait for that trade to really present itself. And that's it. Currently managing that BA position, right? Stops are over the 171.30 highs. We're looking for a 161 target. Could happen today. It's very possible. I think it'll play out over the next week, week and a half. So we may look still at those 30 to 45 day out put contracts to see if those spreads ever tighten on up, to see if it makes sense to get involved in those if the spreads do indeed tighten up. Because when we last checked, those spreads were over 20%. And right now, they're still about 15% at this point in time, which is going to be a bit challenging. I mean, the 170s in the money, right? A 170 put that's in the money. The spreads aren't really that bad, right? The spreads are about 5%. So those aren't bad spreads. We may have to play in the money. A little bit more expensive, but at least those spreads are nice and tight. So nothing with MACK, nothing here with TASK. I know you guys are talking about NRBO. NRBO getting a little bit of a pop to it. This is a brutal stock, though, guys. Not going to lie. This stock is brutal. I wouldn't trust it and personally touch it with a 10-foot pole. I mean, it made absolute no sense yesterday, the way it moved from a trading price action standpoint. So NRBO has 183 resistance right now at this point in time. 183 resistance. Support back down at 150 here on NRBO. Is Boeing starting to crack 168? Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of a crack on down on BA. Can you look at PHUN for the mid-candle breakout? Yeah, let's go look at PHUN. One thing I want to point out as well is I can't tell you the last time we've seen a mid-candle. Yeah, we definitely don't have a mid-candle here on PHUN. At first glance, I don't see anything here on PHUN. I kind of see what you're seeing to a certain extent, a little bit. But it was such a massive gap down. That gap down was much, much, much lower than what you want. You don't want that big of a gap down. So I would not look at it for a mid-candle personally. I would just look to see if it ever breaks 143. If it ever breaks 143, that's where volume could move in. But ideally, the best mid-candles, as we know, strong green day, small red day, slight gap down, right? Slight gap down, and then an instantaneous break when we open. So we have green day, but we have a small green day. It's okay, but we have a massive gap down. That's not a slight gap down. It's really not. It's down 13%. So it's a bit of a bigger gap down. Ideally, those gap downs should be relatively close to where that prior low of day was, where we open somewhere right here and then instantaneously open and then break and then start to see that action move in on the best types of mid candles. Right, where we get a slight gap down, and then within the first 5 to 15 minutes, we break and we rip. One thing I do want to point out is I can't tell you the last time we've had a good mid-candle breakout opportunity. I can't tell you the last time we've had a good mid-candle. So that's one thing I want to point out. Number two, we don't have the small red day, but that's okay. But number three, the biggest thing is it's a much bigger gap down than what we would want to see. You can bounce off Monday's low of day. Okay, so Monday's low of day puts you right around the 50 SMA as well. So you could bounce right here at 127. Look at 127 daily support, 127 daily resistance. It also happened to be Monday's low of day. So yeah, you come down around 127. Maybe you start scaling in there. And then maybe you can add to it at a 143 break. We ever break 143, and that starts to bring in volume. You can add to it at that point in time. But yeah, you have to really just make sure that this thing's going to hold 127, see a strong enough bounce for it to even get back up to 143 in the first place. Yeah, the gap down was much bigger than what you want to see on mid candles. All right, do we have anything with Roblox yet? We do not. Anything with Disney yet? I don't see anything here. BA is still fading. Expect it to bounce on up a little bit. It's not going to drop forever. It just can't go straight down indefinitely. It's probably going to bounce on up here soon. And maybe you want to add to a bounce. Maybe. I mean, we're already up in the profits. I mean, not a huge profit. I mean, we're up about $100 right now on those two contracts. And we still got 7 points, 6 points to the downside. But, you know, if it does bounce on back up here, you could bounce here in the low 166s. If we bounce on up and still look bearish and put in a lower high, I would add to that position and build a little bit of a bigger position. We'll probably bounce off yesterday's low of day. I'd probably get a little bit of a bounce right there at 166.50. Bounce on back up, lower high formation, still look bearish. I would add to it for the drop on down. And again, I'm still looking down here at a 161 final target. All right, so you got a couple targets, right? Final target, 161. But, you know, first target, I would say 163.30 on BA would be your first target. What do you guys think? Do you guys think we're going to get a little bit of a bounce off that 166.50 to where it makes sense to take profits and then wait to re-enter on the bounce? What would you guys want to do? I always like to pick your brain and make sure that you guys are always taking away what we put down here inside of this community. If you guys are in those BA puts and you look at BA and you see it's coming down into yesterday's really strong support level, where we bounced several times very strong. What would you do right now today? Would you go ahead and close those puts up, wait for the bounce, and then look for a re-enter? Or would you just add to your position on a bounce if it bounces, right? Because it could come right down below that level and just come slicing through like butter. It very well could. Would you take your profits, look for a bounce, and then re-enter? Or would you just hold through the bounce and then add to your position as you're convicted and convinced? What would you do on your position? H is done for the day. 50 more on NRBO. I got in at 173, 500 shares, cut it half on the bump. Hey, good job today. Over $100 on the day. Mr. H, way to crush it. Way to crush it, man. Good stuff. I love it. So, and we're just kind of waiting for the next best opportunity besides BA. Nothing here on Roblox yet that I see. Nothing on Disney. We got those puts on BA. Q's, a little choppy right now. SPY, a little choppy sideways right now. Excuse me. Catherine says, take the money. Take the money. I want the money. Yeah, so it's bouncing a little bit, but I'm going to stick to it. So my approach is going to be maybe take one just to lock in some profits. Maybe. but I am adding to the bounce if we bounce. Because that was only a starter position in the first place. If that was full position, I would definitely scale at half. Well, I only really got 25% of the position I wanted in the first place. So, definitely want to add to the bounce here on BA. If it bounces, it may not bounce. It may just keep falling, and we have a really small position here on BA. But if it does bounce, I can add to it and start scaling in to get full position for that crack on down. And still want to keep looking at those 45-day out contracts and see if they ever tighten up. They're starting to tighten up really nicely here, which is fantastic, right? So they're starting to tighten up. You only got about 40 cents on the spread. It's about 5%. So it's pretty close to 5% spreads now, going 44 days out. So I feel really good. We bounce on up. I'll add to my intraday short position. And then I'll also look to pick up some 44-day output contracts here on BA. Tesla's a little all over the place today, isn't it?
Good morning. Good morning.
Hey, Matt. Good morning.
Feeling better?
A little bit. My throat feels better, but now it's more body. So I was like, maybe my throat just didn't give out. Maybe I do have a cold. I don't know. But a little bit. Appreciate it. Stir, why did you let Matt join and not me? I thought you saw my message back. So we only do open floor for members and whatnot during certain hours to keep it clean. So from the hours of 11 to 12, we'll let members come in and ask questions on the mic. But before that, it's primarily me on the mic and then Matt just alerting and calling out some of the trades that he's taken for you guys to be aware of those and to find those opportunities as well, just to keep things clean. And remember, Zoom's only temporary anyway. So... Yeah, Zoom wasn't intended to be a complete open floor. Zoom was intended to bring on primarily because our audio channel was out, right? To bring on the other speaker so you guys can hear them until we have other things kind of figured out inside of chat. Of course, we still love you, man. We still love you. Don't take it personal. Has nothing. It's not personal, man. So TANH was a 1-24 reverse stock split. So nothing really too much going on there. TMBR 1-50 reverse stock split. VS was a 1-15 reverse stock split. So all of these were reverse stock splits as of the open. That's why you see 2,800%, 1,800, 1,100%. MACK is truly up 200% on the day right now at this point in time. But MACK has its best level of support all the way back down at 962. Resistance, 1258. We see we had prior support here on MACK right here at 1258. We bounced. 1258, we bounced. 1258, we bounced. Now we cracked below 1258. Now we're bouncing back up on light volume, and that's a crack and retest. So old support turns in the new resistance. So we crack below that support level, coming back up to retest it as resistance. You could look to play a short position here, right at 1258 resistance for that next leg down. And again, we have room down to 962 support, up towards around $10. So you got about a 40-cent window of support here on MACK between 962 and $10. I'm personally not going to touch it long until it's close to that support level. I would think about a low risk short position here off 1258 because it's great resistance with stops maybe 20 cents above that 1258.
I just put in a meta wedge. Take a look. It's gonna squeeze and start to pop. Same with the 3-touch for Apple. Stuff I'm just looking at. You see Disney get slammed today?
Oh, yeah.
Down 10%.
Oh, yeah, down 10%. Absolutely. Which, you know, I don't know what your thoughts on it, but I was listening to one of these guys on CNBC, and he made a couple really, really valid points that a lot of what we saw right now is really just transitory. A lot of bleeding in from like COVID and stuff like that. And, you know, supposedly, definitely thinking that the next couple of earnings quarters are going to be pretty good for Disney, that this is just a short-term pain for it.
I listened to some cliff notes about the earnings report, and I know it missed substantially and everything.
Yeah.
But the expenses they were speaking about that came up, it was a type of one-time thing. So it wasn't something like energy costs were so high and it's going to be a standard thing.
It was a one-time thing that just hit earnings this time around, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's Disney down year to date? Just, I mean, what was it at 203-ish early 2021? So, I mean, since that all-time high, it's down 50%, yeah. Is there a way to screen record your trades in TOS? I don't know if you can do it with TOS, but I know Windows, I don't know what the hotkey is, but they have a pre-built, like a built-in screen recorder on Windows, like Control-Alt something to record your screen for you.
I don't know if anyone followed me in the Apple, but I mean, hit that line right away, and she's dropping now. I got my son in trouble a week or so back because I was proofreading his 4th grade paper and he had something about Apple on it.
Oh, yeah?
And I change the writing of Apple to AAPL. I wasn't even thinking. I was like, oh, this is clearly wrong.
Just naturally AAPL. Yeah.
Mhm. I put an E after it, but I was like, yeah, it's AAPLE, whatever.
Right. Not even thinking. Yeah. That's funny, man.
Like, Dad, you don't even know how to spell Apple. I was like, what are you talking
Maybe it's
about?
AAPL. What are you
Like,
Oh.
crap.
If you're watching NRBO, just be mindful. You got a lot of resistance here. A lot of resistance here at this 183, guys. So be safe. Be careful with it. This is a stock that absolutely dumped yesterday. It looked really, really good for a long trade. Multiple separate reasons going for it. Then out of nowhere, it cracked and just could not stop bleeding. There was just no balance, no recovery, no nothing. So just play something like NRBO. Very safe. And you've seen a lot of good resistance here right around 183. If it is able to break 183, you do have room to 215. I'm waiting here to add. I want to see what it does at this 170. It really comes down to price action, right? I want to see what the price action looks like, volume. I would hate to add and then just see it squeeze on up. But I'm definitely considering the add. Absolutely. I'm not really a fan of how the contracts are moving right now on Boeing. We had over $2 of profit to the downside. We were up $80. We're taking about $1 of heat right now, down 140. So I'm not really liking the way these are moving.
Facebook took off without filling my order. I was like, it's awesome.
Gotta love it. So again, right now I'm just holding those BA puts that we were grabbing right around 169 was the entry, right around 169, low 169s. And looking to see if I want to add to these around that 170 to 171-ish level. Again, just kind of sitting back, looking to see how it develops, price action, all that good stuff. See if it's something I want to add to, and it may give us that confirmation for those 45-day outputs that we're looking for on BA. Other than that, I don't really see too much. I don't see a trade for myself with Disney. I'm not seeing anything just yet with Roblox. And I'm not really seeing anything with NRBO at this point in time or even MACK. And those are your top two penny stocks right now. I'm not really seeing too much there. So today definitely seems like right now for small caps, it's a hands-off day. It's a risk-off day. Until we really see something start to move and it's consistent.
Oh, you got assigned on Meta? Yeah, covered calls. It's the way to do it.
we have anything with the SPY? So the SPY is coming into that downtrend. If that's an area that you've been watching here on the SPY, we are coming into this downtrend. Definitely an area worth watching. We stay below that downtrend, you can take puts for a little bit of a rejection. We ever start to break that downtrend here on the SPY, then I believe we start to get a nice little pop up towards around 384 and then 385. Give me 1 second. I keep getting a call from this number, and it may be important. Let me see real quick.
I just put in the NVIDIA. It's got a beautiful wedge going back and forth. If it comes down to around 140, I'm going to pretty much sell everything from there, and then I'm going to buy at 140. Just gonna play the range.
They're talking about storm surge. I guess we got another hurricane on the way.
Curse of Florida.
Gotta love it. It's on the opposite side of Florida too, and they're shutting down school and stuff like that. I'm like, it's like 300 miles that way. What do you mean you're shutting down school? Confused.
All right, NVIDIA's close enough. 140. 140.02. Perfect. Done. I'm just flipping.
KALA is all over the place. Thoughts? Yeah, let's go take a look at KALA. I mean, at first glance, there's not a lot. And that's really across the board is first glance with a lot of these stocks, there's just not a lot. You are sitting right at your 20 EMA. You see you came right up to the 20 EMA and pre-market once, you got rejected. 2 times, you got rejected. Here intraday, get rejected. And here once again, trying to break above that 20 EMA just to get rejected. So tons of resistance right around the 765 level. A lot of resistance. If we can break that level of resistance with good volume, it's a clean, strong, and healthy break, yeah, we could start to open on up. You know, we have some room up to, I would say 875. Right? It's that psychological level for penny stocks, 875. And then a break over 875 could send the stock up to 10. But first things first, it needs to be breaking over that 760. It needs to be a strong, healthy breakout, being backed with, you know, good volume as well, to avoid getting in and it be a false breakout. To avoid getting in and it be a false breakout. Actually wait for the stock to break above. Okay. Other than that, support, I'm going to throw your support level back down at your low of day. Right around 608 would be your best level of support. You're on KALA. Other than that, you know, good volume. I mean, it's trading 6 million shares. It's a nice low float stock. It has potential. It's just got to get that 764 break. Again, tons of resistance. 183 on NRBO. Play that one safe. Again, KALA, a lot of resistance at 764. And MACK is just really, really slow now since the market's opened on up. Haven't really done too much.
All right, I'm gonna move my stop to break even on the video. Just kind of stalled a little bit on this last bar.
Puts. I like it.
Calls.
Oh, calls. You
Yep.
definitely got a little triangle going on there.
Yep, I took the puts down to the bottom of the triangle and
played on back up.
Sold everything right there, and then I bought on the bottom of the triangle.
Nice, man. I like it. Good stuff.
My boring ranges, man.
Your boring ranges, yeah.
I'm in the 145 calls and bought at 156. I mean, it hasn't even gone that far, but somehow it's at $1.70 right now. It's up almost 15 cents.
Nice. Can dig it.
It doesn't look like it's even gone that far. But Nvidia's nice. It's 1, 2, 3 cents. I mean, spread, so nice.
Oh, spreads are nice and tight. Yeah.
All right, I'm out of Nvidia. Made 3 cents on the calls.
Hey, man, you can't beat it.
It counters the 4 cents I lost on Apple. But the puts on that range, I mean, I bought it 221 and sold at 262. I mean, all in, all out. Tesla's got another a cool wedge as well. It's just now it's getting really into that tight compact zone. So now it's gonna shoot out somewhere. So just gotta be ready for Teslas. Whichever way she goes. There's Tesla. I'm gonna do that.
All right, we're good. So right now, the only thing I have is Boeing, and I was going to add to it, but I don't even like the movement on BA as far as how the options are moving. Grab the puts. The spreads were nice and tight. We grabbed them, 5 minutes in, and actually 10 minutes in. No, I think it was 5. It was right here. Yeah, about 10 minutes in. Low 169s. Got about 2 points in our favor. barely budged, barely reacted, up like a whopping $70, down at that 167, taking about $2 a heat, and those things are down pretty big right now. So I don't really like the way that those are moving on BA. But, you know, it was only 25% in, and we are coming into our next level of resistance. So we may have an ad coming on up. We'll have to be patient with it and see what it does, what it looks like. I like NVIDIA here. NVIDIA looks really nice. The overall market right now at this point in time as well is slowly grinding on up, and NVIDIA is sitting inside this nice little symmetrical triangle here, looking for a nice break and a nice squeeze to the upside, up towards around 142.
Yeah, look at Tesla. Tesla's right there with you. I know you don't like Tesla, though. So.
Oh, I love Tesla, man. What are you talking about? I love Tesla. Tesla's fantastic.
I think we're gonna have a spike up.
On Tesla?
Tesla, Nvidia, you name it.
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm saying that because it's a 50-50 shot. But if you look at SPY, I don't know if you follow the megaphone pattern.
No, not really.
So SPY's got a perfect megaphone. And let me put it in chart. And so basically it stays within the megaphone, then it comes up, then it comes back down to whichever line it broke.
I see.
And then shoots off up.
Yep.
And I think when it does that, I think Tesla's gonna follow. In the video.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, because SPY has a little bit more room to the upside, and it's just slowly grinding its way on up. It looks like it wants to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And for sure, I can see Tesla getting that nice push up to like 195.30, and then NVIDIA 142-ish.
Yep.
Looks good. I like it.
Should have held on in the video.
Oh, those calls you had down around the third point of the trend line? Yeah, it looked good down there.
Mm-hmm.
It had already popped up about, it wasn't too much, but it popped up about 20 cents. I'm like, I just kind of feel like I'm a little too late. It wasn't all that much, 20, 30 cents, but I'm like, now wait.
Mm. Tesla came up, hit that line. Now she's coming back down.
Tesla doesn't look all that bad.
Netflix has a what is that called? Sending flag or whatever the hell it's called.
Whatever it is.
I always refer to it as a hockey stick, but it's a hockey stick for me. But I don't know what the actual real term is. All right. Nvidia just popped out.
I got Tesla calls here. I'm looking for that pop off the trend line. If not, tight stop below 190, 150-ish. Yeah. I don't like it, though. I don't like how NVIDIA got rejected and starting to drop on back off. SPY, but got some breathing room here. We got a little bit of breathing room.
SPY came and broke back through the megaphone on the top end.
Yeah, not really liking the price action on the SPY and the Qs to where I got out of Tesla quick.
Down she goes. Tesla's on the bottom of the trend line.
See how low she wants to go. Yeah, she's right kind of at that trend line here. I'm going to take 5. Take 5. Oh, yeah. Okay, and I'll sell another 5 as a runner on Tesla. I took puts. I got rid of the calls, and I took puts real quick because I didn't like the price action up here. So I flipped out of the calls into puts very, very quickly. 324. Yeah, 324 was the entry.
She's still in the wedge.
Yeah, playing it really nice and tight. I didn't like the price action on the SPY and the Qs, and I didn't like the topping price action on Tesla. So that's why I got out of the calls and I flipped puts for the drop on down.
All right, now she just ripped out.
I have 5 put contracts left, and we're up. We got some breathing room. We got 30 cents of breathing room on those.
Yep.
I'm getting ready to close the final 5 on Tesla if we don't start cracking below. Oh, here we go. Now we're starting to crack. Cool.
She's gone.
There we go. Let's see if we can pop below 190 here on Tesla. Look at that tape. Look at that tape. That looks good. I'm still holding 5. 375 on the bid. Say goodbye, Tesla. Here, I'm going to take maybe 3 more, not to be greedy, and then leave 2 as a runner at break even and see how low Tesla wants.
Just be careful at this point. She likes to come back to the top trend line, the downward trend.
Oh yeah, that's why I took 3 not to be greedy, and then 2 of the 10 at break even.
Coming back to around 191.70 area.
Do what?
I could see her coming back to 191.70.
191. Yep, same thing. Right around 191.68. Now you got me second guessing, Matt, because I don't like Tesla in the first place, and you're like, I see it coming back. I'm like, I'm just gonna take.
I'm not
them.
in the trade. I missed the trade.
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna take them.
The Nvidia trade, and I missed the Nvidia on the. It jumped my entry.
Well, that wiped out the Boeing loss so far, because taking some heat on BA down about 300. That made that up plus a little bit.
Okay,
that works.
See, GameStop is almost down to $22, $23.
Yep, I sure did.
To the moon.
To the moon. And so a little bit of a recap, just so everybody understands the trade. I know it's pretty hard right now the way I have everything set up to pull everything over and detach. Just long story short, I was long Tesla. Here off the trend line. I had my trend line right around here. So I was long Tesla, right around 1018, right off the VWAP, higher lows, right off the trend line as well. And I was really looking at the spine, the Qs, and Matt made a very valid point. The megaphone, the retest, looking like it still had a little bit of room to the upside here on the spine, the Qs into that downtrend. And that's what I was thinking. Hey, spine, the Qs continue to grind on up. Well, guess what? Tesla is probably going to most likely get that nice little grind on up as well, back up towards around 195. So I had calls. But right here, I did not really like the price action. Literally maybe 3 minutes into the trade, not liking the price action. And then I start to see the spine, the Qs. Same thing, not liking the price action, starting to look pretty weak. The SPY, not liking the price action, looking weak. So I got out of those calls very quickly. And I just jumped in the puts for the crack on down. And so just being long biased, liking the idea to the long side, looking at the SPY, the Qs, and looking at Tesla, and then just seeing way too much selling pressure on the SPY and the Qs, which led me to believe we were going to continue to see that selling pressure on Tesla as well and start cracking on down. And right now, the only other trade that we're still in at this point in time is BA, and I did add to that. You're at 171. So now I have 4 contracts, cost basis 447. Current bid is like at $4. Currently down 240 on this trade, but it's still a trade that I see potential with, and it's still something I want to hold for at least a good duration of the day, because I see the potential to get that crack on down below 166.50, down towards around 163 and then 161.
There's your 190.
On what? Tesla?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are at 415 now. No biggie. I sold at 372 was my final exit.
Oh, you're already out?
I got out completely. Yep.
Okay.
Because you said you see it retracing, and I'm like, you know Tesla better than me.
Yeah, but
I take my profits
a lot
quick.
of these wedges turn into three touch setups.
Yeah. No, I mean, I was in, where do we get in? Let me float this, and hopefully it doesn't break apart my computer. Spazzes out. So what do we get in? The 10 at 324. I got out at 350 on 5, 3 of them at 388, and then 2 of them at 372.
Nice. Good trade.
It worked. You know, stops were nice and tight. You know, getting out of the calls, playing the puts. I mean, my stops were just right over these highs. If it would have pushed above, I would have just gotten out. Hindsight, wish I would have held longer, but hey,
Always.
Hindsight's always 20/20. I know Tesla. It doesn't work well with me most of the time. Take profits when you have them.
It doesn't play well with others.
I do no. If I would have held the entire position, that'd be up $1,000. But at the same time, I blink my eyes and now I'm down $1,000 on Tesla.
Yep.
It's not worth it. On the SPY or the Qs or anything else, I'll be more patient with it, but I'm not patient with Tesla. I'm actually surprised I jumped into that trade. I was a little nervous. I'm not going to lie. I'm like, fuck, I'm in Tesla right now. See if we have anything else that looks good. Nvidia, massive crack to the downside.
Yep.
Apple trying to bounce on back up a little bit. So again, so you guys know, the only thing that we really had broken down, plans built out as far as scaling in what we're doing is ticker BA. It's Boeing. And that's the only trade that we're still in right now at this point in time. 4 contracts, 447 is the cost basis. The current bid's at 417. I'm personally down 188, but I'm still holding this trade. We are on the 167.5 put contract that expires next Friday. And we have an intraday target today. We cracked below 166.50 down to 163.30. And then 161. I still don't have the 30 to 45 days out yet. The spreads were still not all that appealing. And honestly, I'm just going to manage these 4 contracts through the rest of today that expire next Friday and see, what we can make happen. But I did add to these back up towards around that 171, towards high a day. NRBO, nothing there. KALA, again, a lot of resistance at 760. MACK, there's no reason to get involved. Again, across the board, penny stocks, brutally slow, really choppy, no consistency, no follow through. Okay, best bet, just put your focus on the SPY and the Qs if you have to. Just focus on the SPY, focus on the Qs, get an idea of how they're moving today, and then look for some great trades. And if you have any questions, that's what I'm here for. If you have any questions, Matt's here as well. But with that being said, my focus is primarily just managing the Boeing position and then sitting back looking to see if we get another good opportunity. Here maybe on Meta, Apple, Nvidia, Tesla, SPY Qs, doesn't matter. Really sitting back looking to see where that next best trade is.
I'm in a Facebook short as well.
Those spreads are really getting brutal again on BA, guys. Those spreads are really bad once again. At November 18th expiration, 167.5 strike. 415. Yeah, there's a 10. Yeah, just about a 10% spread on these. That's tough. And I appreciate you guys being patient with me the last couple of days. Obviously, my throat hurting. Better today, but just still a little under the weather. I appreciate you guys. I'm not as talkative, as rambunctious as I typically am, but just trying to push through this, feel a little bit better, and we'll be all set moving forward, guys. But it is a little quiet on my end today, so I apologize for that. Okay, but still making sure we're not missing any opportunity right now at this point in time, and I cannot see anything worth calling out, worth putting my name behind for you guys to get involved with. If you see something that you think looks decent, that looks good, and you want me to review it, let me know. We'll definitely take a look. But again, kind of scanning through our top 5 penny stock movers today, there's nothing right now at this point in time that's really standing out to me that looks fantastic.
I just got out of Facebook. I'm excited that I got a runner to do something.
There you go. I like it. Yeah, if I continue the trade options more, which I think is the transition I'm making, I'm gonna have to definitely get off Fidelity.
Oh, Tesla just dumped $1.
Please don't say that. Oh yeah, look at the bids right there. They're up 470. Hey, green's green. I'll take a $400 trade on Tesla.
I'm in the same boat. Meta just dropped to 50 cents right when I closed.
And I'm still holding that Boeing position, and they're just not budging. I mean, honestly, guys, I do not like the way the options are moving on Boeing. I'm probably going to close these out if I have an opportunity to get closer to break even. I may just close them out. I'm not a fan of how they move.
Are you in a long or a short?
Short on BA. Higher time frame. Similar setup, similar ideas what we had on Netflix a couple weeks back. Very similar setup, and just starting to scale in a little bit for a little bit of a day trade that can turn into a nice swing trade. But for example, the spreads tightened up about 5 minutes in. I think we were 9 to 10 minutes into the day. And I started a position at 2 put contracts on BA when the price was right around 169. Right around 169. We got a nice drop pretty much immediately. Those contracts went up $70, I think is what they were worth on 2 of those contracts. $70. The second Boeing got back to where we were buying it at, I was down $150 to $200. If I were in shares, I would have been break even. On the 2 contracts I had, I was down nearly $200 at break even.
Theta took it away from you.
Yeah, oh yeah. And so I'm going, what's the theta on these? The theta is only, 28. Delta's 41. So you wouldn't think, definitely the theta's going to eat them up, but I thought I would see more of an appreciation from a delta, especially that fast of a drop.
So I just put in chat that that's the last 2 days. I mean, it's in a massive clear upward channel. Again, that's in just the last 2 days.
The last 2 days, yeah. So when I take a look at Boeing, I always say it wrong. Boeing, it's Boeing. All I noticed, and it was the very similar thing that I noticed on Netflix, where we had this nice multi-day uptrend going all the way back to not last Wednesday, but the Wednesday prior. Nice uptrend, all the way up into today in pre-market, starting to crack that trend line. We have that confirmed divergence as well. So we have momentum rolling on over. We have the stock moving on up. Momentum's fading and falling. Higher highs on the chart. Lower highs with our momentum indicator. Just seeing a little bit of that divergence. Crack of the trend line going from the bullish side to the bearish side. And then right up against all this daily resistance as well. Right around that 170 to 171. And then that was the biggest reason why I took it. Just seeing all that, the resistance, seeing the divergence, the loss of momentum. We're starting to see a lot of weakness. We're cracking the trend line after seeing a couple times it getting rejected off that daily resistance. So that was my reason for getting into the puts.
I gotcha.
Going 30 to 45 days out. And it was very similar. I mean, not exact, but similar idea with Netflix. The only thing that was different with Netflix was coming into a really, really key level of daily resistance. But same idea, cracking the trend line, divergence, loss of momentum, clear rejection, clear struggle at 300, and nice little drop. And it was very overextended on the daily as well. And that's what I see with Boeing. It's just very, very overextended on the daily as well. Losing volume day over day. RSI is oversold. Daily resistance. But from an option standpoint, the way that they're moving, I'm just not a fan of how they're moving with the price. And even this morning,
It's just tough. The way the market is running right now, I mean, everything just trends down. It's just tough to take a long or a short, really. I mean, the way the market's been the last, 6 months?
yeah, 6 months exactly. And this morning, I mean, those spreads going 30 to 45 days out were 20 to 30% on those spreads. They were brutal.
Wide.
Yeah, very much so. So I didn't buy myself as much time as I wanted, but still like the idea, like the trade. Couple separate reasons that stand out to me. I'm willing to take a little risk, see if we can make a couple bucks here on it. But again, kind of just readjusting a bit, guys, is, if I do have an opportunity or I do start to see we're getting closer to break even and we're starting to see some profit and we start to really just see those options not move well like they have so far today, I may just cut these and look for a better entry on this later today, tomorrow, whatever the case is. But the last thing I want to do is hold, a trade that I'm just not really liking the way those options move, for example. Looking at maybe a put on Walmart, double top on the daily. Yeah, let's go take a look at Walmart real quick and see what we got over on WMT. Yep, nice little double top on the daily. A lot of resistance right around that 143.37. And you got a little bit of divergence, Catherine, just a little bit. We see here that we put in this daily high early November, right around 143.37. Pulled back into support, back up towards around 143.37, but we did technically put in a higher high. So we wicked above just a little bit, but technically a higher high, but we see that the RSI put in a slightly lower high, indicating just a little bit of divergence here. Right off 143 resistance, nice little double top. Not too shabby. Yeah, so if you were looking to play this, I think you still have potential, maybe a little late, but there's still potential down towards around 138.80. But your stop would have to be over that double top high. So your stop would have to be slightly above 144.30. So what? 141 down to 138.60. Call it 139. So you got about 2 points to the downside before you got to think about taking some profits on it, because that is a support level. It's an area where you'll probably see it bounce. And if you were to get in this for a swing trade, stops would need to be over that double top high, which is at 144. So the risk to reward is not the best, right? Putting the stops over 144, that's about 3 points of risk. And your first realistic target would be 139-ish, so about 2 points away. So I like the idea. I like the trade. It could be a great day trade to just scalp it on down towards around 139 and just keep your stops nice and tight here intraday. But as far as like getting involved now and holding it until like next week, risk reward to me just doesn't make a lot of sense there. Risking $3 to make $2. But I like it. It looks great. A little bit of that divergence, double top, right off daily resistance. Starting to see a lot of selling pressure move on in here just today alone. And there's a nice, $2 potential to the downside. Okay, cool. You're already in. Fantastic. Yeah. Good stuff. Up to pick up my son from the nurse's office. He sounds like you. Yeah. I sound beautiful. What are you talking about? He must be a beautiful sounding child there, Steve. But yeah. Woke up this morning, felt pretty good. And then maybe an hour into the day, starting to feel worse and worse little by little. I am not sure what it is, but I don't know. So I don't see anything else that I'm looking to get in on right now. You guys are fully aware what I'm looking at, what I'm planning on doing. Do I see anything? Do I want to get involved in anything? I do not. The only thing that I'm doing is just watching Boeing. And if it ever starts to crack below 169, I may add to it for the flush down the 167. And then if we start to see it bounce down around 167 support, I may start scaling out of this for a little bit of profit and then just kind of sit back and look to see what it does, maybe towards the end of the day, maybe into tomorrow, end of this week. It took us a few different attempts before we nailed Netflix, right? And on Wednesday, getting out for some profit. And Thursday, getting out profit. Then Friday really sets up, and Friday really gives you that confirmation for that 2-week swing trade to the downside. The one that I missed, but it took a couple of days before we really got that drop on down, but we were still able to lock in some good profits on Netflix that Wednesday and Thursday. And it may be the same thing with Boeing, right? It'd just be a nice little day trade opportunity of the day, and it may take a little bit of time before it really starts cracking on down, before we really feel confident to get locked and loaded to the short side. So patiently waiting. That's it. Patiently waiting with a capital P-A-Y. I'm just managing this day trade right now, looking to see if we can squeeze a couple bucks out of it. Right? Yeah. Come crashing on down. So right now, do you guys have any questions? We have, 50 viewers right now in the stream with the stream on. Looking at the back end, it looks like we have over 80 members currently logged in to the community.
Short on AMD.
But yeah, we don't really have any engagement. What's going on, guys? Do you guys have questions? You guys cool? You taking the day off? I always hate pestering you to ask questions and get involved and engage, but we're about an hour and a half into the day and very, very quiet. Very quiet inside of chat, guys. And the quieter it is, the more I think you guys are ready to say goodbye. And the more I'm like, hey, I'll go ahead and disconnect for the day as well, right?
Here's the AMD setup. To tip my hat to Corey for I mean, to look at AMD again.
AMD.
I haven't looked at it in a while.
And I don't mean to beat a dead horse and sound like a broken record, guys, but that's just one of the things. Like, it used to be super hyped up and engaged, and you guys were talking to one another and really getting involved and asking questions. It always kept me engaged and kept me on my feet. It was fun. It's just definitely died off a lot lately as far as the engagement and the communication inside of chat. So I'm curious what's going on. I'm sure you guys have questions. You need help. Use me, abuse me. That's what I'm here for. But at the same time, if you guys are not asking those questions that you need answers to, I can't really do too much. I hate walking away at 11 o'clock, 11:30 on days, but when it's really quiet inside a chat, you know, again, at that point, I don't really know what the best thing to do moving forward is. And that's my thing. I just hate not talking and engaging with you guys and, you know, being able to help out and answer those questions and, you know, just do my job. Especially when we have, you know, 80 individuals logged in. So the second we start seeing a little green on Boeing, I'm out, just so you guys fully aware. If we start to see a little bit of green, I'm going to start cutting it. If we ever break back above this this lower high here, I'm gonna cut it as well. So if we ever see it at like 170.50, I'm probably just gonna get out of this, take what profits I have today from Tesla, and call it a small green day, and just add it to the bottom line. Of course. No, of course. And I'm just, you know, trying to make a point. A lot of us don't do options. Do you guys want to learn options? We can definitely discuss options. Hey, Josh, you know, a lot of us don't trade options, but since we're kind of pivoting to it, let's talk options. Hey, let's have a conversation about options. All right, let's point you in the right direction. Right? Or whatever the case is. Whatever the case is. Skylar says, you taught me to fish, so I'm out here fishing. I can dig it. You're out here fishing, locking in some great profits. I like it. George, crappy market. It's slow. It's definitely a little bit on the slower side for small caps. 100%. I don't know. I'm just different. When I was a newer trader, I had 10 questions every single day for like the first 3 years. Now I still have a question a day. So I was always like, hey, help me with this. Help me with that. What's this? What's that? But with that being said, it's 11 o'clock. So 11 o'clock, we officially open the floor, which, I mean, the floor's been open since 9:30 because it is a slower morning. If you guys have questions, let me know. If not, we're going to go ahead and wrap up our morning session. You guys know how I'm managing Boeing. If we break above 170.50, I'm going to start getting out of that position and look maybe to re-enter this later in the day, maybe even later in the week if it still looks good for a short opportunity. Maybe a good little day trade that turns into a nice swing trade. Very similar approach and very similar setup to what we had on Netflix a couple weeks back. Other than that, I don't see any other trades that I want to get in on right now at this point in time. So maybe that's something you guys do today when we end our live session this morning. Dive into the video lessons library, watch the Ultimate Options course, watch part 1, part 2, how to manage your risk reward with options, get a nice little understanding of what an option is, how to trade options to where you can participate trading larger cap stocks as well with options if you do find small caps to be a bit challenging as well.
I just closed out of AMD.
Hopefully it was a winner.
First target.
Nice.
I bought it 98 cents. It got as high as 114. I took target at 111.
Good stuff.
And then I just closed out at 101. So runners got 3 cents. 3 cents I didn't have before, though.
Do what?
It's 3 cents I didn't have
3
before.
cents you didn't have before?
Right.
Hey, green is green, man.
Yep.
Kyle, $60 over on QQQ. Well done. Skylar, locking in some great profits. $7.60 today on Lucid. Well done. Alan, locking in great profits. H this morning. Catherine, good job, traders. Way to come in. Way to make it happen. Keep up the great work. I'm going to start locking up this this position here on Boeing. And then end the morning session. I'm starting to feel my voice give out on me a little bit more the more I talk. So I think that's a sign to go ahead and start wrapping it up, guys. Final questions, let me know. If not, we'll go ahead and end with the 3, 2, 1 here in a second. Placid said, save your voice. Don't do the 3, 2, 1. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Just close your eyes and picture. Be hyped up and energetic. Screaming 3, 2, 1. Ooh. Make Matt do the woo. Matt would not do the woo. I think Matt says, hold on, I'm having issues with Zoom again. What? Yeah, we're getting pretty close to me just walking away from this trade here, guys. Yeah, I think I'm going to start closing it up here. I just don't feel like managing it anymore. And come back into the day, see what we have, if anything, and then if we want to re-enter, we could re-enter. Because honestly, it looks like it wants to pop here, and it wants to, maybe get another little high a day coming on up. Catherine says she's holding it now that I'm getting out. That's funny. No, and I'm just looking at it from an intraday technical standpoint. I mean, it looks great out of the gate. Retested the trend line. Everything looks great. That's why I want to get involved. That's why I'm jumping in. Unfortunately, they barely moved as we dropped $2 to the downside. They barely budged. The second we bounce, the second they start going red, I'm just not really a fan of how these options are moving. Now it looks like it wants to start to push on up here off the slight double bottom off the VWAP. So the way I look at it is it's probably going to squeeze up another $1, possibly get a high day break, come into this next level of resistance at 174. I'm not going to take that much heat. I'm going to go ahead and cut it. Very small loss. If it does indeed break into a new high a day up to 173, 174, and it still looks good to the short side, I'll look to get right back in. But the last thing I want to do is hold a short position when right now the chart's suggesting that we start to break on out, push back up to high a day. That's just what it looks like to me. Because once we start to push above 170.50, we have a clear shot to 170.160. If we ever start breaking above 171.60, we start coming into this next level of daily resistance, which could put us all the way up to that 173.47-ish region. However, let's say we don't break above 170.50. And let's say we just dump right here, right now. Anything could happen. And we start cracking below 169. I'm still okay with holding this to the short side back down the low a day. But right now, it looks like it wants to bounce, a little bit of this double bottom, break above that 170.50, and then start, ripping on back up. And that was a 50% retracement as well. So from that low to that high, right around that 50%. So putting in market structure right off the VWAP, 50% retracement, a little bit of this W formation definitely suggests it wants to go higher.
I took Nvidia short. This is just going to be a quick scalp. The fourth touch on a bar.
So let's see if this theory works, Catherine. So Catherine's saying she's going to hold the position now that I'm getting out. So how about I just tell the stock that I'm out, really convince the market that I'm out, and then it just starts dumping. How about that? We can all win.
That's a good theory.
All right, I'm out. Yeah, Boeing, not really looking all that great. I'm just going to go ahead and get out right now. All right, go ahead and take that tiny loss, still walk away with a couple bucks of green on the day, and come back tomorrow and see what we have, guys.
Can you tell NVIDIA that too? That you want NVIDIA to go long?
Yeah, I actually want to go long on NVIDIA real quick, guys. I think NVIDIA looks fantastic to the long side.
She gets about 26. I'm out.
It didn't work.
Now it's going up.
Oh, it's doing what I want it to do. What? Yeah, I'm gonna close this up here,
That's
guys.
all good. I mean, literally, I bought it at a buck 87, and I mean, I just sold it at 203.
You sold it at 203.
Yeah, can't go wrong.
And 3, 2, 1. Getting ready to click that sell button. Yep, I'm out. I don't like it. Where do we at? 383 fill. Let's go ahead and calculate. That probably just put me at break even on the day. I made $30 today. That's fine. It didn't work out. Probably should have taken profits down there close to the 167, but like I said, they weren't really moving. We were up 2 points, not really budging, not really moving or reacting. And then the second we get back to break even and slightly taking some heat, really starting to feel the pain. So I lost $350 on that trade. It's fine. Tesla was a nice little $400 winner. So to be able to break even, I'll take it.
All hail Elon Musk.
Yes, all hail Elon. We still have plenty of time today. Maybe we see something set up. Maybe we have another good trade. Catherine, if Boeing starts the dump now, just feel free to Cash App or Venmo me 50% of those profits. Would appreciate it. So you guys are all set. If you have any questions, let me know. If not, I think it's time for me to start scaling back this morning before I really do screw my voice up. I can feel it coming. And yeah, we'll see what we have later on this afternoon, if anything. And then if I don't see you this afternoon, I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning. Continue to crush it, keep rocking and rolling, and keep locking in some profits. And I'm definitely going to come back and look and see if it sets back up for any reason. It may just be early. Again, same thing with Netflix 2 weeks ago. Got in, was able to secure some profits on Netflix, so that was the only difference. At least Netflix was actually moving well. Locking in profits, it was a little early, and we just kept rinsing, repeating up until Friday, until it really started to crack on down and give us what we wanted. You may see the same thing with Boeing. So right now, let's see if it can get any closer to that 173.40. That's a very, very strong resistance here. Let's see if it gets up towards around 173.40. All right, guys. Well, enjoy the rest of your day. If you do have questions, I'll be in and out of the office throughout the day. I'll continue to look at chat, and I'll respond to you guys. If you need anything right away, don't hesitate to send me an email, members@alphadaytrading.com. But enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Trade smart, trade safe. Enjoy your time, and I'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning, guys.
Stir. It's a twofold question. So once I'm in a trade, how am I looking to exit? Well, I have a predetermined stop. That's the first thing. I already have a stop, whether it's 5 cents, if it's tight deltas or tight spreads, or it's 10, 15 cents or so. Just depends on the strategy that I'm trading on for that particular setup. So that's the original. Now let's assume we're moving on. Now the trade is gone past my expectations, or maybe not past my expectation. It hit my expectation, and I move my stop to break even. At this point, how am I looking to exit out of my trailer? Yes, I do trail based on support resistance. If there is any support resistance within the last, I don't want to say day, but maybe day and a half. It just depends on, I don't really care about prior day, but if it's an area that hit 2 or 3 times today, and again, it hit a bunch of times the day before, then it's a area that I'm paying attention to. But I'm already paying attention to it because it hit today. So I would say I normally pay attention to today's short-term support resistant areas. And so I will tighten my stop when I'm getting to that area. I may even go all out when I get to that particular area. For instance, when it's a wedge, I normally go all in, all out. I don't even take first target a lot of times. I'll just move it to break even when I would have taken first target and let it go until my area is hit. So I mean, that's how I did the Nvidia trades, and I mean, that's how I've normally always traded. But I will definitely always focus on the support resistance areas. But again, you already have it kind of in area. For instance, let me put a picture up because I can't share my screen. When I'm trading, you notice all my stuff is kind of smushed together, right? Whereas everyone else's is, when you take a picture of it, it's more the whole screen is today. And when I'm trading, this is what I see. This is my whole Tesla screen right here. So I see areas already on the chart that I'm looking at. Trying to find another one. Nvidia had a spike down at pre-market, so there weren't any real ones. But again, with Nvidia, I can show. Did that take? Oh, there it goes. That one took a while to post in the chat. And again, let me see if there's any other ones that are. Facebook kind of had a big pop up. I mean, Apple kind of. There's Apple. Yeah. So those three. So I'm looking at a day and a half, 2 days worth of data while I'm trading. And you're right, I'm not marking it because I can see it with, if you click on any of those charts and zoom in, I have like grayed out what is it, the checkerboard things, that mark the prices and stuff, that show, all right, this line across is 137, 138, 139, so on. And I mean, I already kind of see the areas and everything. I don't want to put any more lines on them because then I'll think it's a trend line, and it might be something a little more important than what support and resistance is. So, but yeah, in a long-winded answer, That's kind of how I look at it once I'm in a trade. And there's no right or wrong way. Some people just flat out like, this is my stop, this is my runner, go. And you know, they go just on pure support resistance. I know Josh holds for the bigger hits. I don't really do that. It's just not my thing. But I've always been, get me into a free trade as fast as humanly possible without having it whipsaw at me to take me out of the trade. So as soon as I'm in a free trade, I am super happy. So Stir, mentioning your larger time frame. If you're looking at larger time frames, that means your trade has to last longer time frames to be able to work out. So all the ebbs and flows have to just be allowed. And it's super difficult for anyone to get it through their head that even me, that's why I don't trade that way. To allow for those ebbs and flows to give up those percentages. And if you're doing it with shares, it's a lot easier. If you're doing it with options, not so much. Well, I guess if you're shorting with shares, you still have to buy those as well. But with options, let me give you a for instance. What stock has really moved today? Let me see. Okay, Tesla. Tesla's really moved today. Tesla at its peak at 944, it was in the 195 area, and right now it's at 186. So it's almost $10 down. So give me a second. Let me pull up Tesla on my option. Tesla. So you would have had to short it massively, and so I would assume maybe this one. So let me take a picture of this. This is Tesla. The 187.50. Let me put it in the screen. I gotta find the screen. Okay. Stir, can you see that? Okay. So if you would have bought at the best place, which was in the lower left, and you would have bought the option at $2.60, for instance. And then again, this is purely cherry picking. This is unrealistic, but I'm just using as example. If you would have bought it at 260, and let me put in Tesla's picture as well, the actual stock of Tesla, just to be able to compare so you can see. I'm going to put circles on the entry. Away. I'm going to rectangle this pain in the butt area. All right. Okay. So yes, you're right. It would have withered, but I'm talking more on at 940 when you would have bought it for a short, bought the put for a short at 260, it would have gotten as high into the rectangle area when it would have been around 950, 958. It would have gotten to $4.60-ish cents, give or take. So put it in terms of, I always put it in terms of 10 contracts. 10 contracts, you would have been roughly $2 full up and everything. So that's $2,000 you would have been up. Okay. And to allow for this bigger move that it's at right now, which is at $5.80 right now, where the short because the stock's at $186, roughly 187. But you would have had to allow for the stock to come all the way back down to $3.10. So you would have had to give up roughly $1,600 to allow for the bigger move. So you're up 2,000. You had to give up 1,600 to be only up 400. And then now you're up roughly $3,000, 2,600, 2,800 or so. That's a lot to ask somebody mentally to do. I couldn't take losing $1,600 in a trade. Mentally, it would mess me up. I'm okay with $100 or so. Like if I'm up 2 grand, if I'm okay with like losing like $100 or so, 150 to allow it to breathe a little bit. But no. But Josh is better at allowing it to breathe and taking bigger risks. I'm not. I know psychologically it would mess with me. So, but in a bigger time frame move, you have to allow for it to breathe and move. It's just one of those things where can you accept those ebbs and flows? Yeah, I couldn't either. I do have a friend that actually does. As soon as he gets into a free trade, though, he will put it to break even plus $100. He'll walk away from the computer and close the trade right at the end of the day, around 345, 350. It's insane, but he's a very successful trader. But as soon as he gets into free trades, he gives it all the room it wants. It's insane. He'll go out. He won't be in front of the computer either. He'll literally, as soon as he's up a couple hundred, $200-300 on the trade, $400 or whatever it is, however many contracts he's trading, he'll set it to break even or shares, and walk away. He'll go golfing. He'll come back, and it'll be 3 o'clock, and it's like, oh, what am I at? Well, the trade might be closed out for his stop. It might still be going. Who knows? I mentally could not do that. That would drive me nuts. I'd be like, oh, where's the trade? I'd be constantly looking at my phone. But that's me. That's not him. It's really weird. Everyone's built differently. Yeah, that's tough, sir. I hear what you're saying because you might have, I mean, two strategies at the exact same entry point, one going long, one going short. Or it could be just your strategy you were speaking of earlier, where do you ride it out for a long trade, or do you scalp? Either way, it's tough. But when I looked at it, I showed that spreadsheet before. When I broke everything down based on pure runners or scalps, I found that a lot of times they were very close in profit. And it really didn't matter which way I went. I mean, obviously one's going to make more than the other, but once you document them and just go into the history and look at a couple markets, to whatever markets you like to trade, Qs and SPYs, just look at those and look at yesterday, look at the day before, and literally just where you would have entered, where you wouldn't have. Get a good couple months of data. A year would be better, but a couple months of data, and it'll show you what's better or not. But psychologically, you need to be able to handle whichever edge you choose. And that's why for me, it didn't make sense for me to do the hold for a longer play. Psychologically, I couldn't handle it. So it made sense for me to be more of a scalping person. It's just easier, it's quicker. But I do have long-term swings or plays as well, where I do a ton of co-integration pair trading and everything, and it's just it's basically statistical arbitrage for traders and everything. And so I do a lot of that, but that goes back to my statistician days. I graduated with a stats degree. It's numbers and spreadsheets are fun for me. I love them. I'm a big nerd, so it just makes sense. But whichever edge is, if you find that they're close enough where it wouldn't make sense, what is going to be easier for your mind to accept? Because can you handle the ebbs and flows and getting I hate numbers. I do math on my fingers. Yeah. I don't know, sir. You got to love numbers being this. You got to definitely be able to enjoy the process. When my friend I was telling you about takes those trades, he'll have months of losing trades where he'll lose 30, 40, 50 in a row. And then he'll win 5 or 6, and they're massive grand slams. So it's just one of those things where, can you handle 40, 50 losers in a row mentally? I couldn't. I know I can't. Don't even want to try. I wouldn't think that my edge is there if I'm losing 50 days in a row or whatever. Yeah, same here. I'd quit. Yep. But if you trust your system and you know it works over a 2, 3, 4, 5 year span, going through spreadsheets and knowing that your edge works, then that works for you. And you have to believe it in and understand it. And you have to just keep taking the trades. You can't take less trades. You can't take because you're going to miss the ones you would have taken, and those turn into grand slams. So you need to lessen. The other thing is there are A, B, and C type trades. And I don't know if you do this or know this, but if you go and look at all your trades, which ones are your best ones, and label them A, B, and C's and everything, A being the best, B being they're still winners, but okay, and C being sometimes, but they hit grand slams, but a lot of times they're losers. And really just balance them out and say, okay, I'm going to do the grand slams, but I'm going to do it at 1/10 of what I would have entered a regular trade because it's a C trade. It's not an A trade. A trade, I'm putting my normal amount behind that trade. And but a C trade, I'm not going to. And a B trade, I don't even look at B trades a lot of times, and everything. So, but once you have that balance, you'll be able to do it a little better, and it'll make sense. But again, everyone learns and everyone trades differently. So it just depends on how you are. And I'll kind of end with this. When I learned, me and a group of guys, there were 4 of us. 2 of them lived in LA, 1 in Connecticut, and I'm in Michigan. We went in and we Skyped together every day. And we developed these certain trading strategies together. And we all brought something to the table. And at the end of like a year and a half, we had a very good thought process on what we wanted to do. And then we went and put it into live action. So everyone took these trades at the exact same time, at the exact same moment, at the exact time the strategy said to take it. We all had the exact entries, plus or minus a penny, because this was in futures. And I will tell you, at the end of the year, we probably took 98% of the time the same exact trades at entry point. But at the exit, I had a friend that cleared over 600,000. I was in second place with 80,000. And the other 2 weren't even profitable. It just depends on what you do with your risk management. Even though we back tested risk management and we showed exactly what to do, the other 2 guys couldn't do what the strategy said. I followed the strategy. My other friend followed the strategy, but I opened the risks out and didn't play with targets, and he played purely with runners. He didn't have a first target, a second target, or whatnot, where the strategy was built for first target, second target, and then 1 runner. He took first and second target off the table and just went purely with runner. And we didn't backtest that. We didn't even know. And he just made absolute bank. But he lost a lot because it kept on coming back. And so I'd make $60 on a trade and he'd lose $180. I'd make another $60 and it would come back and bite my break even. And he'd lose another $180. He kept losing over and over and over and over. But on trades that moved 80, 90 ticks, he would get 3 contracts worth of 80, 90 ticks, which is massive. Every tick that we were trading was worth $10. So 80 ticks, he was making $800 a contract, 3 contracts. He was making $2,400 on that trade, where on that trade, I would get maybe 1 contract to that 80 point. The other ones, I would have only made $60 and 120. So I didn't really come out ahead, but you have to accept all of those losers along the way. So it's just very interesting. You could have the exact same entries. You could have all the information in front of you that shows you how to make the trade, and it still doesn't mean a damn thing. Because it's all about what's in your head. Everyone's built differently. But yeah, discipline. That's all it is. Trade like a robot. Oh, no problem, sir. Not a problem, not a problem. You have a good afternoon if you're out. I got a few more things I gotta calls I gotta make. Steve, the live API for Excel. Are you referring to going through Polygon? Is that what you're referring to? That's the only one I'm kind of aware of. I'm not aware of any free data sets for Excel. You can pull daily off of Excel. I'm for free, but I'm unaware of any API that you can pull off of onto Excel for like minute data, 30-second data, 2-minute data on Excel. Of course, I'm interested in Excel. I love Excel. Absolutely. Yeah, the only one that I've looked at was Polygon.io. That's the only one I've ever looked at for API data for stocks. Because I'm not a coder, so I don't really know Python. I know you can get it through Python, but again, you have to pay for it.